I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. I'm just making sure I'm not muted. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, family and friends. Hello. Mods, I cannot get my Discord up to chat with you, so I don't know what's going on, but we're just winging it here. Good morning. Hello, family. I hope you had a great weekend. I did. I am not fully awake yet, but I did have a good weekend. I got the episode 17. What episode are we on now? 17. I got it out Friday. So I've got, you'll get 2 episodes this week because I'm going to do one bonus and then the one regular episode so that we can get all caught up. Today is a big day. We have the hearing that they are going to argue this morning. So we're starting a little bit early today because they have the hearing. I did post, let me see here. Entire screen, share. I did post the, whatever it's called, the motion that they're going to be arguing. So we can look at that real quick before they come in and start doing their thing. It was a crazy weekend in PCB. There were shark attacks, which is crazy. There was 3 in one day. 3 in one day. Oh, and I got accused on Twitter of abusing Lucy. That's new. Sherry Smith, hello, member for 1 whole year. Love y'all and being part of this awesome family. We love you too, Sherry Smith. I'm so glad you're here. Happy 1 year anniversary. Happy 1 year anniversary. Look, I have to show y'all this. The little so funny. The little troll who accused me of abusing Lucy. Look. So this is my update for Lucy after I was told to stop abusing my dog. Wellness check on my abused dog. After our morning walk, she was only allowed to have 1 treat. She likes turkey meatballs for lunch, and she had to wait a whole 2 minutes while they cooled down before she even got to eat them. She was forced to sit inside and nap for over an hour while I took a break and went down to the beach. And now she's laying in the window, growling at seagulls, and I won't even let her go catch them. Lucy says, send help. Look, she looks like send help, doesn't she? Look, she was growling at the seagull. She was going, but she wouldn't like fully commit to the growl. It was more like a, like I'm just letting you know that I'm here and I'm pissed that you're flying around. It was like one of those like, but she wouldn't like fully commit to like the growl and bark, you know. But look at that little doggy smile. She's so abused. Poor baby. She is so abused. Send help. Lucy says send help. She's so funny. This is what started it all. This is what started the whole thing. She was sitting there waiting for me to take her for her morning walk. Look how cute she is. Oh, she's a little monster. All right. Send help. All right. So, let me show you this too. I'm just going to show you. Let me just share my weekend with y'all. Look at this sunset. I love where I live. Look at that sunset. Like, and then this is me and my kid sat outside the other night after sunset and sat out there and talked. This is, if you sit on top of the snack shack, like out there, this is they have tables and chairs and stuff up there. And this is the view from on top of the snack shack. Isn't that pretty? This is that same sunset, beginning of the walk. And somebody built these huge sandcastles. Isn't that pretty? So cool. I was trying to pull up the documents and then, oh, hold on. Look, we'll get to documents in a minute. Let's just have fun for a minute. It's a Monday morning. I don't know if you saw this. I'm going to tell you right now. This is the funniest video that I have seen on these internet streets in a hot minute. Look at this. She is auditioning for the part of Auntie Bev. Listen to these.
We're here in casting for auditions for Canton Confidential, and our first actor is Maureen Hancock.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
Please state your name and tell us what role you're auditioning for.
Maureen Hancock. I'm auditioning for the role of Judge Beverly Canoni.
Whenever you're ready.
That's what I'm thinking about. Jurors, I'm going to instruct you. When you leave here, you're not to talk to anyone, see anybody, do anything. You are going to stay in your little house with your little stupid dog. Okay? Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Mr. Yannetti, we talked about this at sidebar. None of this conversation. Can you answer that? Can you answer that? Sustained. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. We're going to take a break now. We're going to take 5 breaks today. And I'm going to go down to my Cape house. We're going to go till the end of June, okay? And defense says they're going to present their case in 4 days. I don't believe it, okay? Ask it differently, Karen. Stop rolling your eyes. Okay, jurors, do you need to stretch? Do you need to take a break? Because I do. It's hot in here. Speak up, Mr. Lally. Speak up. We can't hear you. And I'm going to have to turn off the air conditioners. It's really hot in here. I'm sick of this.
And thank you. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you.
How perfect is that? How amazingly perfect is that? She nailed it. She wins. Yes, she wins the audition. She wins the internet. I watched that. I laughed.
We're here in.
I laughed every time I watched it. And then I watched it again. And then every time I posted it and somebody would comment on it. And then every time somebody would comment on it, I'd get the notification and then I'd have to watch it and laugh again. She nailed it. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. And thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. How freaking funny is that? Oh my gosh. So spot on with, oh my gosh, she was amazing. Oh, this guy was awesome too. Hold on.
I've got the money. The hood's been good to me. Ever wrote some someone's a lowercase G. But now I'm the big G. The girls see I've got the money. $100 bills, y'all. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know that I gotta get mine in a big black truck. You can get yours in a 6-ball.
Okay, that guy nailed it too. It's amazing. Okay. Now we can get to like real stuff that we're supposed to be here doing, but how funny. Yeah, so I'll allow it was the one thing that she left off. But when I shared it, I said I'll allow it. So I'll give her a pass on that one. She nailed it. She nailed it. Oh my gosh, amazing. Okay, so the hearing that we are supposed to hear today, I have the paperwork. I put it on, I know I put it on Twitter. I don't think I put it on Facebook. I've not been doing good at sharing on Facebook, and I'm sorry. And I'll keep saying I'll get better, and then I just keep not getting better. But I'll just tell you again, I'll get better. I'll try to remember to share it. So this is the hearing that we are supposed to be listening to this morning. They're supposed to be starting early. Should be any minute because they said they were going to argue it at 8:30. So we'll see how late they are. But this is for the defense has brought in another expert, and she it blinked. I thought they were coming on. So the Commonwealth wants to exclude this expert. It's going to be an expert talking about the dog barks. No, not the dog barks. The dog marks. Saying that there's our fan, our only fan, saying that the marks on the arm are from a dog based on her experience, et cetera, et cetera. So the Commonwealth does not want to allow this in, which is actually ironic, and trolls go ahead and clip it. I don't give a it's actually ironic because keep in mind, we waited for about 11 years to get the stuff from Bodhi Labs, and they didn't turn in that mirrored footage that, that didn't exist until just a couple weeks ago. So the Commonwealth has been allowed to enter stuff in, but the Commonwealth now says that they don't want defense to. So of course, so we'll see what they say with that. But the argument is that now that trial has started, now they can't bring in another witness, and that they don't have time to prepare for this. I can't say that I agree with the Commonwealth's argument on it, only because this is not something that is this is not a new a new argument. This is the same, dog argument that we've heard from the defense before, and we already know that their medical examiners testifying to this, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see what they argue about it, but that's what it's about. I posted the actual documents on the Twitter, but Lally wants to. Oh yes, this is a good point too. Lawyer, Peter Tragos, he said that he pointed this out too. I watched that one he did. He pointed out too that that they did file a motion to continue this trial, and the judge denied it. So it's they said we need more time to do this, and she said no, we're gonna go ahead and get it all in, and then now they're needing more time to do this. So we'll see what they say. Nothing surprises me anymore in this trial, to be perfectly honest. So but the full documents are on there. I'll cover the OnlyFans. Yeah, the Commonwealth wants it completely left out. I honestly, let's do a poll. We'll do a poll to see if you think that Auntie Bev will keep it out, because I think that she will. Oh, look at that. We're less than 100 away from 23,000. Oh, that's exciting. Look at us go. Let's see. We'll do a poll. $100 bills, y'all. How funny is that guy? He did so good. So good. All right. Start a poll. Do you think Auntie Bev will allow expert? Oh, let's not do allow, since it's a Commonwealth motion. We'll go with the Commonwealth. Do you think that Auntie Bev will deny the defense expert coming in? Yes, she will side with Lally. or no, she will, she'll allow it. All right, I'm starting that poll now so we can see what y'all think. Get y'all's input. If you were from, now I'm going to have that song stuck in my head. Yeah, the DA was late getting stuff in. So that's, because that's the thing, like, y'all, Bodie Labs, how long have we been hearing about Bodie Labs for, like I said, like 50, 11 years. They didn't turn in their stuff from Bodie Labs until like when, you know, after trial date. So then they had they had extra police reports, they had medical records from Higgins, they had, which is not an expert, so that's different. I do understand that is different. Part of their argument in this is that this is an expert and they might have to do a Dauber hearing to see if this is a person who can actually give the jury more information that they wouldn't normally have on their own, or can give some kind of insight beyond just like layman, you know, this is what I think, this is, you know, this is my expertise on this, and this is how I have expertise on this. So but even if they have to do that, we've seen that in trials before. Like we've seen them do that, you know, even at lunch break, you know, or before starting trial, that type thing. So it's not a huge deal to be able to, you know, that's not like a really long, in-depth process or anything, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But you know, a lot of things shouldn't be a big deal in this case, and yet here we are. So hear ye, hear ye.
It is open. You may be seated.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor, just for your information, at this very second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth is sort of has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission.
Yes.
We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
Your Honor, I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
It's in there because I read it because I thought the same thing.
I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
I'm sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into...
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point? We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is... My integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr.
It's
Yannetti.
not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right. So it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Van E, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
that's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay. Well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If, in fact, the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's in a mood. Oh my gosh.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only two from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling two? Which two? Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
What happened audio? Oh, come on. Oh, it's on every feed. Dang it. What happened? Ah. Dang it. Well, let me see if it's... Yeah, I just checked 3 other feeds and it's all of them. So, come on. Come on. The audio is inverted today. I'm really mad. I wanted to hear this. Especially because they're getting kind of spicy this morning. Not doing very well today. Okay, well, at least we got to hear most of it before they messed up our audio. Oh, that makes me so angry. I guess they're going to go get the call the jury in. This is kind of okay. So y'all are kind of split 50-50. I can end the poll now. They're going to do the voir dires this week, but y'all's poll on if it was going to be allowed or not was split 50-50. It's actually 50-49, which doesn't equal 100, but that's because they round the numbers weird. So, oh my gosh. So they're going to have so out of those 3 Fed witnesses who they were calling from ARCA or whatever it's called. They're going to have 2 of the 3 that are called, the ones that are crash reconstructionists, and they're going to do voir dire with them. And then they're going to have voir dire of the ER doctor and pathologist who was the subject of this motion, where Lally said shocker, Lally misrepresented something. So surprised. But I saw that too. And I saw where he had said, and I had this discussion with a few people on the social medias, but he had said that about how, it wasn't, it was told to him during that hearing that, they weren't going to be pursuing the stuff with the dog. And I was like, it was never said. That was never said. So I understand Yannetti being ticked off because once again, here we go with something being completely misrepresented. And Yannetti was right. It's something that's easily provable. It took me all of maybe 5 minutes to go back to that hearing and find that clip to verify that ain't what he said. That ain't what he said, y'all. I get that, like, Yannetti is, of course, mad about the bad faith comments in there and the, misrepresentation of what was said and what he said. So I get that he's mad. So it's Bev did not want to hear him. Did not want to hear him. I don't know. Do you think Bev saw the casting video and she's showing her displeasure? I don't know. I mean, that lady nailed it. So that lady nailed it. Oh, gosh. What a big old bucket of poop this trial has turned into. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. She'll be huffing and puffing during the remainder of Cross on Trooper B. Ugh. It's, and so with the whole inverted video thing, I see the, I think that honestly, like, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm kind of tired of being nice. I'll be honest. I'm kind of tired of being nice. When you have people like Julie Carpenter who are constantly just yapping and yapping and yapping and nothing makes sense. And they're coming after people who are asking questions because God forbid you ask questions. The whole reason that we have, public trials is so that they can be opened up to, the scrutiny of the public. And then when they're opened up to the scrutiny of the public and people ask questions, and you have people like her who are like, God forbid you ask a question, let me attack your character because you're not allowed to ask a question. And that's bullshit. So I'm kind of tired of being nice. So I am going to just be honest from now on. The people who have been saying, oh, it's not a big deal, to show that video, that's just how it records. You're right. It's not a big deal to show that video, especially if that's how it records. It's not a big deal at all. What the big deal is that you did not say this is an inverted video. It is misleading. If the defense had done that, then all hell would have broke loose on these internet streets. There actually was that. What's that fella's name? He's always yapping too. John DePagno, I don't know, whatever his name is. He actually posted something about that video and was like, oh, this is another one of the defense's tricks that was, he said this not knowing that, I don't know how he missed it, but whatever, not knowing that it was the Commonwealth who posted it or who played it and didn't pay it. So, I mean, if it were the defense who had done that, then the entire internet would have been like that whole side who's like ready to chase after her with pitchforks and whatnot. They would have been losing their mind saying that like the defense is doing this. But then because it's the Commonwealth that does it, they're like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. When you don't tell them what's happening.
Okay, come on.
And they're looking at something, not knowing. Keep in mind. I don't know what they're doing. Keep in mind, the jury they don't have the ability to sit here at their computer screen and look up close and zoom in and do all of these things. So they're looking at this from across the room. So looking at this from across the room on a screen and not being able to look at things as in-depth as we are, they don't have and not being able to talk to other people about it. They're having to rely on only what they can see. And that is incredibly deceptive to not tell them. It's incredibly deceptive. And I don't care how many trolls try to say it's not. It is. It is. It is deceptive. It is. And I don't care how many people you try to attack on your little keyboard. It's still deceptive. It is. Period. And all it would have taken is for, literally the first thing before they even started watching the video, the first thing should have been some kind of questions to enter in to get it on the record that it's not even to get on the record, but just to get it to the jury that it's inverted. Because otherwise you're looking at the opposite side thinking that you're seeing what you're seeing, and you're not. And even who's the guy, the Yellow Cottage Tales, when the thing came in, I've seen the clip floating around where he's like, oh yeah, you can see it broken. It looks like that. I know people are giving him hell for that, but it looks like that because all you see is the white. But also seeing the white on there on the taillight that's not broken kind of makes you go back and question, like, okay, well, when we saw white on these other videos, if we're seeing it on this one on a taillight that's not broken and we see the white, I can understand why that boy Kevin said, oh, you can see it's broken, because it looks like that. It does look like that. I know people are giving him crap for that, but it does look like that. But that's because there's a white piece of the taillight, like the white, thing. So it does look like that. But when we're looking at this and thinking that we're looking at a certain thing, we're looking for parts, to either confirm or deny the theories that are being presented to us. And so we're going to look at that stuff. So there's no reason that they should not have said something, anything, bring anything into any kind of question into this to make sure that the jury understands that what they're looking at is an inverted picture or video, so that they're looking at the correct area and knowing who's standing around that area, who's not, who's, doing whatever. It should have been done. It's deceptive, period. There's nothing you can say that will convince me that it's not. And honestly, the people who try to convince me that it's not are not rational and logical people anyway. So why would I believe anything they say anyway? I told you I'm tired of being nice. Erica gifted a membership. Erica's not tired of being nice. Look at Erica being nice. Thank you so much. Helena J was gifted a membership by Erica. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Y'all are so good to me and to each other. Let's see. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's gaslighting. There's a lot of gaslighting going on in this trial. Show enough. I love Brandy rants. I took, I worked all on, like Thursday we got off early, so I worked all Thursday and then all day Friday getting the podcast episode out. And I was going to work Saturday and Sunday too, and then I was like, I need a break. I need a break. I need a break. So I took the weekend off and now I feel refreshed. And also I was talking to some of my friends this weekend and I was like telling them about the ridiculousness that's going on. And they were like, well, how are you responding? I was like, I'm mostly not, every once in a while, but I was like, I'm mostly not. And they're like, maybe that's the problem. Tired of being nice. Angela, hello. I came across an interesting video last night regarding this case where the guest was one of the people involved in this case. Can I send it to you? The guest was one of the people involved in this case. Yeah, you can send it to me. Brandy@brandychurchwell.com. Which guest? Could all use a little sunshine this morning. Nikki says, you're saying what we are all thinking. That's the thing. I feel like Nosy Rosie said, so this is the kind of Monday we are working with. Bev and Brandy, you're sassy feisty. Yes. I'm tired of letting the Julie Carpenters of the world constantly attack me. Oh, that was another thing. And somebody had sent it to me like 5 or 6 days ago, and I just now saw it, whatever it was, yesterday or the day before. I don't get to check all my messages that often because it's hard to keep up with all the messages. But there was one of the long threads where it said something about me, and there were some things that I've been. I can't remember what all was in there. Something about rubber ducks. I don't know what my connection to rubber ducks was. And also I have a connection to somebody because he complimented me. So that makes me associating with him and all, crazy stuff on the internet. I think the crazier this trial gets, the crazier people online get.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Caroni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Unified County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, jurors. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Can we get Sergeant Bukhenik, please? Jim, do you have that flash drive? No. The flash drive.
Hear you. Oh, the flash drive. Bring the flash drive. I know. I did the same thing. I couldn't unsee the lady that was doing the impression either when she started talking.
So I'm sure the evidence the court and jury in the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself, the person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared, so yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay, Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay, and so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, the person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
Keep your voice
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay, and Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
You believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, nope, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can't unring it
Do you
though.
agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
It is a good analogy.
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
Ah. It's not true and accurate. It would 100% be true and accurate if they had said to the jury, this is an inverted video. It would have been so simple. It would have been so simple. And of course, the defense is going to get up there and say it. So why would they not have just said it? That's a good analogy. And objection because it's a hypothetical. But it doesn't matter. The answer isn't what he needed in that hypothetical. He needed the jury to hear the question. That was what was important. So the objection sustained because it's hypothetical. It's, speculation, whatnot, whatever. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the jury heard that really good analogy. So he knew that he was going to get that out. The thumb drive, who was it that did was it Bob from Defense Diaries did the question, what's on the thumb drive, and it was wrong, like give wrong answers only. That was funny. I'm glad to see her having a moment of levity. Although I've been told that's not allowed in court. Blair said the jury all stopped taking notes and looked around at each other when they mentioned the video being inverted. It's a big deal. And I saw that somebody said something about well, they did say that it was inverted because he said, from orientation purposes, the driveway is on the right side and then they're pulling in on the opposite side. That doesn't say anything about anything. There's bay doors on both sides. So that doesn't say anything about that doesn't give any kind of, and if it did, then all of these people watching along wouldn't have been like, what? It was ridiculous. I think that for me, with all of the questions and the terrible investigation and the stuff like that, I don't know that I would be able to get past all of the reasonable doubt hurdles just because of that stuff alone. Because despite what some people want to think, she does have the presumption of innocence. Proving that she's guilty is what they're trying to do here. We are all supposed to assume that she is innocent until they prove to us that she's not. But they have allowed for so much reasonable doubt that I don't know.
You are unmuted. Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right, your questions, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
It doesn't.
Do you?
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, you acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems do due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But
No.
you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it was 5:37. A few seconds.
Oh. Ah! Oops, my bad. Stop pressing buttons, Brandy. Stop pressing buttons.
Pause it. You see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the
I
motion,
asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
that's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
Sure. Ask it a different way, Mr. Jackson. The Lally port. Oh, the Lally port. It's like a Sally port, but just inverted.
You are unmuted.
All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
Don't speak. No, just, oh my gosh. Memory activated. That's been a minute.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34 Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes.
He's so annoyed.
Thank you.
Maybe approach.
Yes.
That court reporter is like the GOAT of this trial. Actually, speaking of the court reporter being the GOAT, if y'all are not following the Twitter account for the court reporter and for Auntie Bev, it is hilarious. They are hilarious. Also, probably at times inappropriate. So if you're easily offended, maybe not the follow for you, but it is hilarious. And also watching the Auntie Bev troll account flirt with the glare and the glare flirting back. It's probably one of the most awkward moments on the internet, but also I can't stop looking. It's like a train wreck and I can't stop looking at it. It's hilarious. If y'all aren't following it, it's really funny. It's funny. I hear the sirens. What is the Twitter handle? Hold on, let me look. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's like the court reporter is like court reporter GOAT or something. Hold on, let me look. So uncomfortable to watch.
Put all rise. Jury out.
Where is it? Where is it? Dang, now I can't find it. Yes, Jenny, I played that at the very beginning of, Madam Court Reporter is the handle. Okay, hold on, let me find it. I played that video at the beginning of the stream today. Oh yes, Transcript GOAT is the, it's at Transcript GOAT, and it's Madam Court Reporter. This is it. It's really funny. And then Auntie Bev's long sigh is the other one, I think. Auntie Bev's long sigh is It's Me Again Doll. At It's Me Again Doll. And they're both really funny. And also somewhat inappropriate at times, but it's funny. transcript go. Oh, so funny. Now, why are they in sidebar? They're discussing another flash drive that they want to enter in. Okay, the anti-bev account calls like, I'm just like, I did not take my medicine today, and you can tell that I am just all over the place. And that's okay. But the anti-bev account that flirts with Glare calls Glare like her Southern biscuit or something. So hold on, I have to show you. We'll do this while they're at sidebar. So
taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the
one more time.
Biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
I mean, who can't get down with that, you know? Crazy. Crazy. Taste the biscuit. It's like my new favorite song. What is this day? I probably should have taken my medicine. I'm just. And she's singing in front of Auntie Bev's Seaside Cottage. And they sell White Claw. I don't know if you can see back there, but they sell White Claw. Ah. Had that in my head all day Saturday, and now it's back. I'm here to please. I know. I told somebody, I was like, you know what? Because a lot of this stuff came out, like people were putting all this stuff out Friday. I was like, this is what happens when we have days off of work.
I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All rise for the court, please.
I did a quick scroll on both, and I'm a fan. Holy cannoli, that's hilarious. There was one. Hold on. Hold on. I have to find. Auntie Bev is the one that I think flirts with Glare. Spicy Yanetti is making me giddy. Hold on, I have to find the one that's. Where is. Dang, where is it? There was one that. Was it Friday? Oh yeah, here it is. She calls Glare her sexy Southern biscuit. Dang, there was one like whole exchange that I was looking for that was really funny. Taste the biscuit. Who doesn't want to sing that? Okay, is this it?
This is it. Okay. So Glare posted this. Like he was like at the airport or whatever, and I was having a Bloody Mary. So, or I think it was at the airport. I don't know. But so he posted this. So Auntie Bev's long sigh. Auntie Bev said, I can't handle these thirst traps. And he said, a few more of these and you'll be on the road to looking good to me. And look at her with her cup, said, I'll allow it. I choked at that moment. It's so funny. So funny. So funny. Ah. With the White Claw. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, tomorrow I'll take my medicine and we'll stay on track a lot more. I promise. Kind of promise. There we go. So no court tomorrow. Yes, no court tomorrow. I still hear them talking. They need to let us in on it. No trial tomorrow, but the rest of the days are going to all be full days this week. So we have full days every day except for no court tomorrow. Two minutes has passed, Beverly. "45 minutes in, haven't gotten a thing done, but yet the defense is accused of delaying proceedings." Yeah, kind of like how they delayed Bodie Labs, right? Because it took 2 weeks for them to confirm that they wouldn't be able to do the bazillion-dollar sit-in fee. But yet they had that dang hair for over a year before it was even touched. And then they kept pushing, trying to get Bodie Labs. But it was all the defense's fault for 2 weeks. Both sides on this trial have annoyed me at one point or the other. Okay, said, oh, good, I have an appointment tomorrow. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, appointments tomorrow, I'm going to be on Surviving the Survivor tomorrow night at 7 Eastern, I think. I think that's what time. I'll double check and I'll post it and let y'all know. Can we get 50 likes for Brandy's unmedicated self, please? Unmedicated Brandy. Oh my gosh, Skylar, I bought a house and broke my elbow this weekend. That's an eventful weekend. That's an eventful weekend. Anyone have a link for the Bev invitation video? I put it on my, it's on my Twitter. Did you see the two guys dressed up looking like Auntie Bev? They had wigs on and judge robe. No, I did not. I did not. I don't know who else is going to be on there yet. I possibly should have asked, but oh, that reminds me. I need to send him my thing. So glad to see you speak up so much more open. You should speak up more, less meds, more brandy. The meds aren't what keep me from speaking. The meds are just what keep me from going off on a bunch of tangents and not being able to focus. But trying to remain classy in a sea of trash is what has kept me from speaking. But you can only take so much. Can only take so much. Tomorrow is my birthday. Mrs. Saber, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'll have to go look. I missed it. Yeah. It's a good song.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, that was back again.
I did the same
Okay.
thing.
All right. So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Bates, if you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And it's everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please.
It's like he thinks it's a trick question.
Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go ahead and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the SUV was actually in the Sally Port. If you pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp. Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Will you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Yeah.
Were you able to, may I inquire? Yes. Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that down.
We saw that rag.
We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Could display that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I got that Taste the Biscuit song in my
I know
head
it's
now.
very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
Thank you.
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
If we could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
This is amazing quality video. My ADHD is combining the two songs into Don't Taste the Biscuits, Don't Taste the Biscuits. Yes, this is what I lightened up. so that you can.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video? That just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused.
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car.
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sally Port, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank God for good quality video.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And this reads vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, Lally.
so long, Lally.
Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury. Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
Now, from the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay?
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Lally always leads on his questions, and they usually like let it go, but he's like getting, because they normally let it go and don't object to it, like he's just getting more and more like, let me just tell you what I want you to say. I wonder what was there before, why there's the snow like that.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed, from the driveway video, into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
See the white on the tail light, and keep in mind, this is the tail light that is not busted. This is the full-on tail light. See the white right there? I feel like if it's me looking at that as the jury, I'm thinking like that kind of hurts the video where like they're saying that you can see the tail lights busted as she's driving away, because it looks the same right here. It looks the same on the one that's not busted. Like, you see the white.
Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular the snow on the door when he closes that door. Gentlemen, if you could. You pause just one moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video, I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
Oh, come on.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
He says come close to, like he's still trying to make fetch happen. Like if the freaking car hit the other car, we see the tire move. The jury can decide if they think that it was hard enough for it to explain busting the light or not, but trying to deceive, them into thinking that it didn't happen just makes it look like he's hiding something. I feel like he needs to acknowledge the things that don't work for them or work against them and get ahead of some of that stuff instead of trying to constantly make fetch happen. Like you can't, people aren't stupid. We saw the tire move. And by trying to, own it. By trying to make it like, oh, when it came close to it, did you see snowfall? Come on, bro. Like everybody since that one trial has been bro now every time they annoy me. What was the bro trial? Where they said bro in the text messages about 11 times. Now every time somebody annoys me, he's bro. Do you even testify, bro? We have not seen the pictures yet from the tow truck driver. That's Bukhenik in the green hat, he said. And Proctor in the winter hat. Just evaporated.
I'm a little bit like triggered by them putting the stuff around the dummy's neck.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning at some point when a Canton Cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on 1 Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dighton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton when that vehicle is being loaded onto a truck and you can see the taillight there?
Withdrawn.
Okay.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dighton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken taillight and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
They want to come see you, Bev. You are muted. Is today the first time we've heard Miss McLaughlin speak? Or I mean, other than whispering to Lally when to object. Isn't it the first? Is that the first time we've heard that? I bet she, like, I feel like if maybe, I mean, I don't know what her style is or how, but I mean, I feel like it couldn't be worse than Lally. So I'm thinking maybe she should try more. Yeah, it's the first time I remember speaking at all during the trial. Don't be, oh, it's in my head now. It's in my head.
You are unmuted.
Come on. Come on. Get it going.
Now, Sergeant, between the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now, again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the chief medical examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts general law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton Fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
He can't tell that. He's not, that ain't his.
I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. That approach?
Yes.
Not sure how they wrote it down. So here we are with another report that's wrong.
Last sentence.
Right? That's not what I said.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'm projecting. I don't know if that's what you said.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Miss Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You are aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay. What entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
Look, he's like getting up out of there. He's like, I'm done with you people. I'm about to go practice my sweet dance move. My magic mic impression.
Here's home study evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
So- All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dighton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dighton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dighton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that date?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
These are the ones, remember, to go get her.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dighton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day, from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
Yeah, her parents live there.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking of?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residents.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle? If you know?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something else?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
So cracked with a piece missing, but not completely damaged. If I'm the jury and I'm listening to that compared to that picture where it looks completely damaged, where it's almost all missing except for one little piece.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination? No questions. All right, Sergeant Barros, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Questions?
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, Your Honor, if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Let's go back for a second. I want to hear him say that again.
Examination?
Or on the outside of the vehicle.
Just snow.
And
It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe? And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked, and a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
And then beyond the taillight area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear?
So, I mean, that's saying, okay, because when I think about like trying to think about the jury hearing both sides, keep in mind that picture that the jury saw where the taillight is, I mean, to use his words, completely damaged. So that's interesting to hear the way he described it. And remember, that's how, wasn't it Carrie Roberts who said the same thing? Like it looked like it had a little hole in it or something. I can't remember exactly what her exact words were. They're in my notes somewhere. But she said something like that too, about how it looked like there was a little hole in it or something. So the way that he described it is the same way that it was described by Carrie Roberts, and it sounds different than, you know, shattered and missing all these pieces and all of, you know, that one picture that we've seen where it's like there's like hardly anything there. The picture from the Sally Port. So that's interesting. The super intense snow fun, that crazy blizzard. Super intense snow fun, a crazy blizzard must have broken the taillight the rest of the way. See, that's the problem. And I thought about this too, like if it shattered some other way, like on the, like you said, like on the tow truck or something like that. But then those pieces ended up in the yard. So I guess that's what it's hard to understand. If it's only has a small missing piece, how did all of those pieces that were found, it doesn't, the descriptions are not lining up. So that's going to be something the jury is going to have to look at and see what they think.
You are unmuted.
All right, so we'll take about a half an hour break.
Half an hour break.
You are muted.
It's a rhetorical question. I know, because I'm trying to think, and I know that, you know, I know that the theory is that the you know, it ended up there because of it being planted. But trying to look at it objectively, you know, is there any other explanation that doesn't include corruption? Is there any other kind of explanation that, you know, I want to be objective. Try to think about all the sides, all the possibilities, all the things that the jury could be thinking. Yeah, half hour for morning break. Well, and that might be because if he doesn't have the witness ready. Oh, I wonder if it's Proctor. Probably not. I mean, that's okay. Let's do a poll. To me, hearing that sounds like a big deal. Because if I'm on the jury, and this is how I'm trying to think about it. If I'm on the jury and I'm hearing the different perspectives and different theories and the different, you know, versions of their story and what they think happened. And I hear somebody who is not from Canton Police Department and is not from the state police, who are the two that have the conflicts with the people involved in this case. If I'm hearing from one of them and they're total separate entity, 40, 45 minutes away, and he's like, yeah, it was cracked, and missing a small piece, but it wasn't totally destroyed. That does not line up with the picture that we've seen. And this is somebody who's completely unrelated. So to me, I'm thinking like, that sounds like a big deal. Because if he had said the fact that, and I think the reason that to me it sounds like such a big deal is because he said it was not completely damaged. And the picture that we've seen, it is completely damaged. So to me, that's what makes that such a big moment, because to specifically say it was cracked with a piece missing, but not completely damaged, it's like that goes against that picture we've seen where it is completely damaged. And if it's cracked with a piece missing but not completely damaged, how did all of the pieces from it being completely damaged get to the Albert's yard? And the jury has to hear these things and think about what makes the most sense to them. The thought of somebody planting taillight pieces doesn't sound like that's something you see in movies, right? It's not something that happens in real life. I mean, that's obviously it does. We've seen plenty of police corruption and stuff like that. But your first instinct is not to think that something like that would happen. So, but then when you hear something like this, it's like, okay, but if it wasn't completely damaged when he went to pick it up, and it was completely damaged later on, and all of those pieces from the complete damage were found in the Albert's yard, how does that happen? I think that Officer Barros just gave a whole lot more reasonable doubt. And that's the thing too. You don't have to believe that the defense's theory happened in order to find reasonable doubt. All you have to believe is that there's reasonable doubt, that these are things that reasonably could have happened. And when you have something like that, where he's like, yeah, there was a piece missing, but it wasn't completely damaged, that goes toward reasonable doubt. I was watching, actually, technically, I was listening to it. I didn't watch it, but I was listening to Rob and Ian. They did a Friday Night Frenzy thing, and I was listening to some of that this weekend when I was like on the beach or walking Lucy or something, and they were talking about the whole reasonable doubt thing. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting, I think it was Ian Runkle, he said something about how you don't have, like, when you're deciding reasonable doubt, or the jury's deciding reasonable doubt, you don't have to have a full belief into the defense's theory. And I've said that a million times, like, they don't have to believe the defense's theory. They just have to see reasonable doubt. And he had a good example. He's like, even if there's like a 15% chance that it happened, like that's not a big percent chance that their theory is what happened, but just that 15% is enough. And the example he gave was the, like, I think it was something about a lawnmower, like if you have a lawnmower that's broken, and if you know that you're going to fix it, there's a 15% chance you're going to lose your arm, you're not going to take that chance. You're going to get a new lawnmower. So it's the same thing. If there's a 15% chance that the defense's theory could be right, or that she didn't do it, even if it's just a 15% chance, they have to acquit her, because that's how it works. That's what reasonable doubt is. That's what proving something beyond a reasonable doubt is. So all it takes is you don't have to believe that it happened. You just have to believe that, or you don't have to believe that an alternate theory happened. You just have to believe that it is reasonable that it could have. And the way that things have been going in this case, we've seen a lot of examples of reasonable doubt. So that's interesting. Mildred, thank you so much for the super chat. Game over. Directed verdict in favor of Karen should be granted. You know she ain't gonna do that. Hold on, my kid's calling me and he knows I'm live. Are you okay? I'm live. Okay, love you. Bye. So I think to do the directed verdict, she would have to agree that there's not enough evidence to convict her. And she said before that she feels like there was, and I think in one of the motions to dismiss the charges, I think she said that there was overwhelming evidence or something like that, or however she worded it, which we haven't really seen much of yet. So, like, we've seen things that look bad, but we've also seen things that don't support their theory. So I think the problem with this is, in order for the Commonwealth's theory to be true, there's a lot of questions that the jury would need answered. Oh, I think it's dolphins. I was like, oh my gosh, the sharks are back, but it's just dolphins. Different fins. Okay. Here, I'll give y'all some beach cam so you can help watch with me too. We had 3 shark attacks here the other day, right down the road, within 4 miles. Oh my gosh, it is a beautiful day. I should be out there. I did get to go out to the beach for a little bit yesterday and a little bit the day before, but not nearly long enough. I'll give y'all beach cam. All right. Sorry. Squirrel. I told y'all I did not take my medicine, so I'm a little bit all over the place. Oh yes, I saw that. Runkle is amazing. Yeah, I thought it was such a great analogy to explain that. Bill King said, "Nah, men are going to take that 15% chance at fixing the lawnmower." Maybe. Barros meant, didn't you hear the inflection in his voice when talking about the small piece missing? That's a real cop not wanting to lose his job. Yeah, I mean, he's like, he sounded like he was just being honest, trying to like give the most thorough, exact answer he could. So Erica says, all you need is one doubt and you need to vote not guilty. Any doubt is not guilty. And LTL Media said, there's a buffet of doubt for the jury to pick from. Yeah. Hi, pretty girl. Hi. You're abused. Did you hear? Twitter said you're abused. You're an abused puppy. Hi. Hi, pretty. You want to say hi to your friends? Let me turn your camera on. She's been over there in the window. I know, I love you too. You are so very abused. Let me turn your camera on so you can say hi to your friends. Let me say hi to your friends. There you go. There you go. Hi, pretty girl. Hi. You say hi to your friends. Why is she abused? Because the troll told me I need to stop abusing my dog. She looks abused, doesn't she? Proof of life. There's your proof of life. With her little lamb chop. She's got her little lamb chop with her. She had to drag that over from her window. An abused dog with its own camera. With its own camera and like a whole little like fur rug and setup and all that stuff. Yeah. She's so abused. I gave proof of life. You're not going to Vermont. Nope. Nope. You're staying right here. Goodness gracious. Robert, thinking about moving in that area when I retire in a few years. How bad are your HOA fees? HOA fees have gone nuts in the past couple years. I mean, really ever since Hurricane Michael, because insurance has gone nuts. The whole state of Florida has, but especially beachside. So it's HOA fees are, but a lot is included. So, I mean, all I have is HOA fees and my power bill. That's it. Even our fiber internet is included. So it's not too bad. Yeah, she's not going to Vermont. Yeah, somebody said they were going to call Sarah McLaughlin and tell her. Is your HOA as bad as some HOAs that social media likes to talk about? No comment. Ours isn't that bad. They're a little picky. What beach is that? I live in the Panhandle of Florida, so I'm in Panama City Beach. And I don't ever tell people what part of the beach I'm at, but I mean, everybody knows I'm in Panama City Beach because my P.O. box is Panama City Beach. I haven't been to the P.O. box in a while. I need to go. I hear them talking. My abused bird terriers have snuggled up in my lap. She's so abused. Oh, okay. See this like little area, like, okay, this is you can see this bar stools right here. This is like our little bar stool or like our little snack shack bar thing. You can go get like mixed drinks and food and stuff like that right here. But then these stairs go upstairs. So this right here is, these chairs actually right here are where me and my kid were sitting the other night when I took that picture that I showed y'all at the beginning of the stream, looking out this way. That's where we were sitting. It's the prettiest view up there. It's really pretty up there. Bless y'all with the HOA because it would never be me. You can't really find anything on the beach without HOA. But the good thing is, like, I mean, they cover all of the landscaping and the, like the pool fees and like the, all of that, the door, like the construction that they did here for 6 freaking months where they were replacing all of our doors and then doing the floors and all that stuff where like all of that is done by them. So And our, even like our fiber internet is included in it and all that stuff. So really the only thing I have, like water, trash, the only thing I have outside of my HOA fees is my power bill. I mean, a car and stuff like that, but I mean, as far as like home expenses go. So I still pay less per month with my HOA than I did with my bills at my house in Ohio. HOA is homeowner association. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Oh yeah, we were close. Speaking of welcome to the channel, we were close when I looked this morning. Let's see how many. See how many subs we have. I don't have mortgage on this condo. No, we have 22,917 subscribers. So we're almost to 23,000. It's exciting. The only reason I don't have mortgage is because I literally sold everything I own to buy the, but my condo is also tiny, like tiny. I live in a studio condo. It's just one room. That's why you see my kitchen behind me and my bed is right next to me. And then on the other side of my bed is my couch and my windows. Get him, Lucy. Get him. I would like a condo if it wasn't for the HOA fees. Yeah, I get it. It does end up getting, like, my mom has a bigger condo. She lives down the street. She has a bigger condo, and hers are more than mine because she has, you know, hers is a little bit bigger. But where did I go to sell my stuff? Yeah, most of it I sold on like Marketplace. And then, of course, I sold my house, which is how I got this condo. But like all my furniture and everything, I just sold on Marketplace. For like over the course of like 3 weeks or something. And then you're so cute. And then had a bunch of people come, like a bunch of friends and family bought stuff too. Holly Mac, this is exactly what I loved about this place. When after being sick and stuff, I still my energy had not balanced out yet. And I was struggling to keep up. And I ended up like taking care of a 3-story house and a front yard and a backyard. Well, my front yard was tiny, but then I had like a big fenced in backyard, and taking care of all that was like tough. So now I have one room to have to clean. I am on the 5th floor. Chrissy G, I recommend it. Because you just said, I want to do that so bad, sell everything, downsize, and move to the coast. I recommend it. It has been the best move ever. I love living here. I traded in my big house for my big view, and I have not regretted it one time. I am not close to Disney. I can't remember, like 5 or
so hours, maybe, ish. I don't know. I'm in the Panhandle, so I'm basically like Lower Alabama. Who you growling at? Oh, you're so very angry. They're doing some kind of construction out there. Do you have a lot of alligators there? There are alligators. Actually, somebody posted a picture of alligators somewhere along here on the beach. I think it was over at St. Andrews Park a few days ago, and it was a big old alligator. Here, she's so mad. So mad. Yeah, we have sharks. Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? The construction they're doing? It's getting louder. There it is. Can you hear that? I'm curious. They're drilling on something. Hello. Some of y'all are just joining us. I'm surprised y'all can't hear it. It is so loud. Unmuted, that means they're coming back. We'll go back to the tab. I hear them. They're coming. All right, who do you think's coming next?
Tori.
Maybe more of the Dighton police.
Board is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Yes! Yes! I am so excited.
Well, if you want to close down there, do you mind please step up and I'll set your face in?
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
What happened? What happened? Oh, don't you do this right now. Oh my gosh, it froze. It still says live. Hold on. Let me swap feeds. Oh, of course it did. Dang it, that one's frozen too. Hold on. Let me try another one.
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Bukhenik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Bukhenik called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
At that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before I get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukhenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Bukhenik arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Was the apron clear?
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukhenik, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
From 10 a.m. approximately, we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Bukhenik's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Bukhenik and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Bukhenik or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Yeah, that was Jackson. He'll be doing cross.
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. Yeah, that was Jackson doing objections. So he'll definitely, which that's not surprising. He's done a lot of the crosses that are some of the very intense crosses, like Jen McCabe, for example. Here, let me go back. I prefer the other feed. Let me go back while we're at a break. But I'll keep the other one up in case it cuts out again. But I just prefer this one. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Okay. They do go till 4 today. I don't think she said 4:30. They're doing a full day every day this week, except for tomorrow. There's no court tomorrow. But she said a full day every day this week. If they're doing the Vordar, I always sound so country when I say that. I don't know how to say that. No, Georgia. But when they do that, they'll have the jury not there for that. But it's still supposed to be a full day every day this week, except for tomorrow. Mildred, thank you.
Yes. Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukhenik and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to, Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukhenik and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let that siren go by. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
From who?
Was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those things?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Bukhenik and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Bukhenik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. No. Yeah, waist deep snow.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review
Are
that.
they down?
Finish.
You'll go get in your bed. Give 5. Good girl. Good girl. I've never seen waist deep snow in my life.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, is that the same plate that was affixed to Miss Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was, in fact, hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dighton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at C.F. McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dighton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time it was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, As far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis
Lead investigator.
the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
They're
Now,
trying so hard.
with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and the detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022. Were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport Garage on that day?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document things, correct?
Yes.
And that would include at Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. No. You've had moments. He said, what number is it again? Yeah, the jury's going to have to, exactly, Queen Oliver then. The jury's going to have to decide
Who didn't leave? Because all the stories were
With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Thank you. Jordan, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay,
Try that.
sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here for just a few minutes.
This is the video that's on the opposite wall of the one that was inverted. See, I want to see this camera view from when they brought the car in as well, but that's the 42 minutes that's not on there. Whether they say missing, not recorded, whatever. But if it's motion activated for the most
while
part,
this is going, if I could,
I don't know why
ask
it's
a
not.
couple questions. As far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded, or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
so leading.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
He's so
My
leading.
understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Happy 4 months, Cinnamon Bear.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far as there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
Still going to continue running until about 9:24.
Yeah, this one jumps around too.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that then. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit?
Correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there.
Sit down, trooper. Oh, look.
And then you and I,
Evidence
sir, do
tape.
you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a State Police Crime Lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile, and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
Do you want it out of the box?
Yes.
I'm obsessed with their accent. I love them so much. We don't hear that much down here. Although our airport is now doing nonstop flights to Boston and back as of this weekend, first ones. This is the taillight housing. Hi, Bacon Bit. Too loud. Linda, happy 8 months.
Thank you, sir.
Cracked with a
Trooper, you
piece
can,
missing,
go
but
ahead
not
and
completely
put that back in the
damaged.
box. Thank you very much.
Hold on. I want to move the, okay. Let me move this. Cracked with a piece
Trooper, you
missing,
can,
not
go
completely
ahead and put
damaged.
that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Is what the guy said.
We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well.
Gotta mark it.
Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. Hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, it was the A, the light, and the 44's bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Could you put that on the bag, please, sir?
I like it. Madam Court Reporter, delegating. Good Trooper Proctor to work. It's like, here, this is how you use tape.
544, 544A. Thank you.
She was efficient. She could have run the investigation.
Timothy,
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV, and you can see large pieces of it are missing.
Correct with a piece
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can.
Cracked with a piece missing, but not completely damaged.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. In the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay. One of the reports says that they accessed the ring videos through John's phone.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observe in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe, like, on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing, previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
And for what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from crime scene was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I mean, you can see that there's damage on the taillight. You could definitely see it. It's hard to see that as being the same of that picture we're seeing in the Sally Port, you know? So jury will have to decide what they see. I mean, because it looks like it's mostly intact. That, what we're seeing, description.
Trooper, I'm showing you
or the description that we heard from
you those look up when you're finished.
like Barros and Kerry Roberts, you know?
Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Allie might have pointed out a piece that was on her bumper after that crime with John O'Keefe's car. Maybe that's the piece I never, maybe. Yeah, everywhere.
It's 5:45 to 5:50. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date, February
What's the,
3rd,
hold on.
Maybe approach, please.
Okay.
I'm assuming at some point they're going to have some kind of reconstruction to show where exactly the impact would have been based on the angles of the car and what parts of the car poke out, like the we can see that those taillights poke out a good bit, but so does the bumper. So depending on the angle and all that, I'm assuming they're going to have some kind of reconstruction thing to show that it's possible for her to have cracked her taillight that way. I do not doubt for a second that she hit John's car. We can see it. We see the taillight move, or we see the tire move. I think that the jury will be able to definitely see that she hit it, but it's going to be whether or not they feel like that is enough to have cracked her taillight, and if that is how she cracked her taillight. So we'll have to see what they think. Everybody thinks different stuff, obviously, since we've seen how split everybody is on this. And I didn't want to talk over stuff, but Kathy, happy 11 months. Mildred, thank you so much for the super chat. I showed them. I just didn't want to talk over everything. Donna Turner, 1 whole year. Happy anniversary to you. Linda, 8 whole months. I appreciate that. Oh, family. Your family's just growing. Oh, I'm muffled. Why am I muffled? Hold on, let me see. Let's see if my settings changed. Oh, yep, it changed. All right, there we go. Better? I don't know why it changed. I didn't even press buttons this time. Normally when things get wonky, it's because my ADHD self is up here pressing buttons.
You are unmuted.
Too loud, too loud.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
555 and 561. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now as Exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
Is that the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
I love the top of how those are.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residence at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Madam Court reporter's like, let me move these scissors. So loud. So loud.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize again. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents therein?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
There's no dash cam video of that because he drove his personal car instead of a police car.
Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm also seek to introduce you to this next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
How would you do it? How would you transcribe it? The bag opening noise. I want to see your answers.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. We'll cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open
want
it.
to object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open it.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
That's a really good one.
All right, so
No.
go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2,
Auntie Bev's got a margarita or something in there. I'm convinced.
7.
'Cause every time she gets annoyed, she takes a drink.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564 and
Thank you.
containing 7 pieces.
Take a shot, do a squat.
And Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items.
Don't worry, we'll just wait right here while you're doing all this.
Thank you, sir. If you could put those back in the bag.
He reminds me of like a kid at a birthday party, like opening up all the gifts and then like having to
Your Honor,
show
call
them.
multiple seats introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit.
And then your mom makes you show everybody and awkward. That's what he reminds me of doing this.
And lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
T-Bev sounds so frustrated. It's like he moved the microphone down on purpose, right by that.
Thank you, sir. If you could return those items to the bag. And Your Honor, call multiple seats in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, Those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
They never sent the thing that said that it was that they never sent anything
whatever this
Now,
other
sir,
day,
if
there
I
wasn't
could
anything showing
turn
that
your
anything was
attention
deleted.
to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, what I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, or Julie Daniels is her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was or what level of school he was at that point?
Is senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
5 or 6 times a day.
She has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as
I don't talk to anybody 5 or 6 times a day.
Julie and Christopher Albert, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert have resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right. Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
All right. You are muted.
Who talks to their sibling 5 or 6 times a day? I'm curious, because my brother and I consider my brother and I pretty close. I don't talk to him 5 or 6 times a day. I don't even talk to him 5 or 6 times a week.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Your counsel approach.
Sure.
Counsel?
5 or 6 times a day? That's a little much. Like that's a yeah, I don't talk to 5 or 6 times a day. Does that mean like 5 or 6 texts total a day? That's it. What y'all got to talk about? He said mostly kids. Things don't change between your kids 5 or 6 times a day. They just don't. Like there's not that many updates I can give on my youngin 5 or 6 times a day. I don't. I mean, to each their own. 5, 6 times a day, though? I mean, when I was married, I didn't even talk to my husband 5, 6 times a day. Oh, I didn't even want to talk to him 5, 6 times a week. I do talk to Lucy 5, 6 times a day. Because she's a good girl. She's snoring right now. They do talk. This is the most talkingest bunch. You know, I wonder, like, it's a good thing that they don't have, remember, like, how phones used to have to wait till after 9 when your minutes were, like, you had unlimited minutes? This bunch wouldn't make it during that. They sure do talk a lot. That's like Julie Albert said, remember Julie Albert said something about how she talks to Proctor's sister rarely, and rarely ends up being like a few times a week. That ain't rarely, honey. I mean, if you count the butt dials. Just kidding, because nobody actually butt dials that much either, except for in Canton, where people talk about 50, 11 times a day and everybody butt dials. And calls show is answered, but nobody's actually answering them. And nobody's stories ever line up. And everybody drinks and drives. Natalie, do memes count? If so, I talk to my sis a lot. Now look, if we're just sending memes, like if we're just sending, if it's just sending memes, that's totally different. Because I have a group chat with my girlfriends and we send like completely unhinged, ridiculous memes multiple times a day. So, I mean, there's that. Oh, me. Nope. Nosy Rosie said memes don't count, Natalie. Oh, memes don't count. So 5, 6 times a day. I think it's a legit question now to ask every witness how many times they have butt dialed anyone in 2 years. The only time I have like butt dialed anybody recently is if I'm holding my phone. I have noticed like if I don't lock it back and I'm holding it, I have like done stuff to where I can't remember calling, but I know I can't remember ever actually butt dialing, but I know that I've pressed buttons and like deleted messages and stuff, or not deleted messages, but like delete, like, you know how like everything will start doing like this. What I'm trying to say is unmedicated brandy. Like, you know how like when you accidentally like hold something down and like all the apps, not the messages, but the apps, and like all the apps, like when you accidentally like, I don't know what I do sometimes if I don't if I don't lock my phone and I'm holding it and all of a sudden I'll look down and all my apps are doing like this. And then I can't tell if I deleted one or not. Unmedicated brandy. That's all right. Yes, when they wiggle, when they start wiggling. I don't know what that's called. So I guess that's not the same as butt dialing, but okay, I think I just said 45 minutes.
Recess for everybody.
45 minutes. All right, so it's 12:04, which means it's 1:04 there. So 45 minutes. I ain't doing it again. Whoa.
There we go. All right, I will give you beach cam over only cam. I mean, only fans. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. All right. Okay, so I'm not doing that dance again. Y'all can rewind it. That'll be clipped. Those Tire Toys isn't in here right now. That would be all over the internets. Okay, I am going to, we have 45 minutes. Look at this. Look at this little angel. I almost hate to wake her lazy butt up and take her out, but I need to while we have a break. All right, so I'm going to take her on a quick lunch break to go out and go POTTY. Oh. Did you hear me spell it? She's staring at me now like, did you hear me spell it? God, is she the cutest thing you've ever seen? You can't see it because of her. Oh, you can kind of see it a little bit. Like you can see her little bitty eyeball right there staring at me. You hear me talking about you? You need to go potty? You can go potty? Yeah? Okay, I'll take you. I am going, yeah, she can spell. She can spell O-U-T, she can spell P-O-T-T-Y, and she can spell T-R-E-A-T. So I'm going to leave y'all with, oh yeah, don't abuse her eyes. She is so abused. She is so abused. Lunch break. Taking Lucy out. BRB. Oh, when this TV breaks, remember for 8 whole months. 8 whole months! Just popped in while Aria is on break. Hope to be back in July after the Karen retrial. I can't wait to have you back. Happy 8 months. Happy 8 months. Glad to have you pop in. All right, I'm going to, she's already up and at it. She is ready. She knows it's coming. All right, I'm going to take her out. I will be right back, and I'll come back early where I'm not going to take the whole 45 minutes, but I'm going to take enough to take her out, and then I will come back and we'll discuss amongst ourselves, and we'll do a poll. All right, I'll see y'all in a minute. Wait, you know what? I found somebody told me to start doing this because so that I don't scare y'all. I can play background music from here. I'll give you, what do we want? You want surf music since we're watching the beach? All right, there you go. I'll be right back. Hello. Okay, we'll pause the music. Does the background music keep me from sneaking back up on y'all and scaring everybody? Does it help? Oh goodness. Goodness. What'd I miss? Oh goodness. Hi. You want to sit? You want to get in your bed? It is. Oh, it is hot out there. Okay. That most definitely helps. I'm sweating now. All right. What time is it? How much time? Oh. I see subtitles back there, which means careful. Careful, big girl. It's picking up on some kind of hot mic moment, but not much. Oh, goodness. We got about 15 more minutes. I'm going to mute it back because you can't hear it. All the boomers and Gen X were having a moment. Ooh, when?
I missed a moment. What moment? I love a good moment. So, CrimeCon tickets. Oops. CrimeCon's going to be in Denver next year. And the tickets, I think the tickets go on sale today, right? Yep, CrimeCon 2025 Denver is officially on sale now. It's going to be September 5th through the 7th. I will be there. I will be there. And it's going to be at the Gaylord Denver. I've never been to Denver. Oh, wow. The standard early bird rate is already sold out. That's crazy. I'm looking now at the well, they went on sale today. It shows that the standard early bird rate is sold out. But I think that was the ones that you had to do while you were at CrimeCon. The standard discount rate is still available. It's $2.99 for the weekend. And then the gold VIP early bird rate, I think it's just the early bird and advanced stuff that's sold out already. Let's see.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm looking at this because I want to make sure. Get it right. Not now. Dang. Yeah, they have they do the shoot, why is this doing this? Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm ordering mine now, so give me 1 second because it sells out. 6. And it's a lot of fun. It's a good experience. You're going to crime. Oops. Hello. Registration. You're going to CrimeCon. See, the problem is, check in Thursday. I don't know if you've seen. Okay, so the one that we did, the Opryland, was the same way. It was huge, like on the inside. Now accepting reservations. But it's great, but it's exhausting. So I ended up select. I ended up staying at the hotel that it was at this time. Man, the last one I went to in Orlando, I stayed with my college roommates. And And I had a great time, but it was a lot driving back and forth because it's exhausting. So having the ability to stay there was nice this time. But it's a lot of fun. Commit information. If I don't do this now, my ADD brain will forget to do it later. Firm reservation. Just do all this now. There we go. The reservation is complete. There we go. All right. So they are supposed to be coming back in, I think, about 5 minutes. Well, she said a 45-minute break, and that was at like 5 after. So 5 or 6 after. So it shouldn't be long. Here, I can unmute it so we can hear them coming back. But I tend to mute it because that dang like feedback sound is so annoying. Joey says, I'm 3 hours behind, but no, I can't do it. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I don't like it. I'm 3 hours behind, but I'm hearing that Proctor's on the stand. Yes. Yes. Proctor is on the stand. There we go. Which crime did you like more, Florida or Nashville? I liked them both for different reasons. Like the one in Orlando, everything was a lot closer together. But the one in Nashville was very spread apart, but it was nice to be able to meet, some of our members and our mods. And, that part was really fun this time. I enjoyed that. But I had fun at both. I did stop at Buc-ee's. Yes. Because you can't pass a Buc-ee's and not stop. It's like against the law. I'm muted, or are you telling me to keep that muted? I'm did we finish the? I think it was like 70-something% said that they didn't think we'd get to cross today. I don't think we'll get to cross today. Keep in mind, by the time we come back, it'll be 2 o'clock. They end at 4. There's only 2 more hours. I don't think that they'll get to cross today. There's still stuff that they have to cover, but also there are things, and I saw some of y'all talking about the you know, having Lally address like looking for nudes and stuff like that, I seriously doubt he's going to. There's been so many opportunities that he's had to get ahead of things that are going to look bad for the defense here, and he hasn't. What is this in the water? You see that? Something dark right there. He hasn't gotten ahead of any of that stuff. So I don't foresee him doing it in this case either. It's like he just throws the witnesses in there just like, you know, good luck. So I don't know. Yes, Michelle, there is no court tomorrow. I will be on Surviving the Survivor tomorrow night. I think at 7. Let me check my text message. I think it's 7. Yeah, Tuesday at 7 Eastern. So I'll be on Surviving Survivor tomorrow, 7 Eastern. I will be working on the podcast episode all day long. Am I close to the shark attacks? Yeah, it's right. It's not far from me at all, unfortunately. It's Inlet Beach is where it happened. Full days the rest of the week. Yes. So I think she's now reached the point where she's over it and she's wanting this to be, you know, over with. So, as of now, there is, there are still some days where, I know like she changed one of the days. The 21st was supposed to be a day off. I think that's on a Friday, right? And they changed that from a day off to doing a half day. So I think she's trying to get extra time in there. But they are due back from lunch any minute. It has been the 45-minute mark now. Little B, every one of your podcasts I loved, and it really helped me following the case. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's so much to this one. And so when I was trying to set up the podcast, I was like, there's so much information. So what would be the easiest way to try to break things down and look at everything to find out if there's a conspiracy, why they're saying there's a conspiracy. So I was like, when you have that much information to try to sort through, I didn't know how to do it. So I decided to start with how the conspiracy formed and looking at the, you know, all of the stuff that we knew from the beginning and why it was so confusing and messed up, and all of the statements that didn't make sense, and all of, you know, all of the conflicting information and all of that, and then kind of start with that, and then, you know, and then go into the timeline specifics, and then, you know, dive in a little bit deeper to all the different evidence and all the things happening. There's so much information. I tried to break it down as the easiest way I could think of to do it, but it's crazy.
Crazy. Oh, camera's moving. Camera's moving.
You are unmuted.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate y'all listening.
Goes back to session, you may be seated.
Bring the witness in, please.
Just be mindful of the step up and just remember you're still.
Gee, that's one of the things I've said too. Like, they're definitely hiding something. I just don't know if it has anything to do with the case or not. Yeah.
So, jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, I believe before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I had mentioned, they had never been to my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert, or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, you know, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors, as far as superior officers within your unit, in regard to
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Bukhenik, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. Maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Bukhenik or Lieutenant Fanning or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impact did those relationships have with regard to your interviews of them specifically, or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Well, of course he's going to say that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
No.
Yes.
I haven't listened to it. I will. Yeah, I got in the water yesterday, but only about waist deep.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Oh, dang.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
Oh, dang. Oh, dang.
Generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do, some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sure. Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Help direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details.
Brandish a gun more often.
I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
So if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There is another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to be? Maybe approach.
Sure.
The Facebook. He said he's making a joke about the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent. I mean, he ain't wrong. Like, even my nanny's a member of the NRA, so. Tayo toys. No, I will not. Nope. Sure won't. I even said when I did, I was like, I'm glad Tayo Toys isn't in here. That's all right. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Finally, we get to Proctor. Do you think that, I mean, look, maybe somebody had a come to Jesus meeting with Proctor this weekend and told him, or not Proctor, with Lally this weekend, told him, like, look, you need to start getting ahead of all this stuff. And so maybe somebody explained to him that that's a better way to go about all this. And maybe he'll just address it head on instead of just throwing Proctor to Alan Jackson. Maybe. We'll see. Wiggle dance. I was trying to say, like, I don't do butt dials, but I've had, like, if I don't lock my phone, I've had it in my hand before, and then all of a sudden, like, I'll look down and I'm not doing it again. But I'll look down and all the apps are doing the wiggle dance, and I can't tell if I've deleted one or not. never do anything online. It stays on the internets forever and ever. Can we have the timestamp for the week? No. No. Oh, and his advice on how to give his wife a thank you gift instead of him. Yeah. Yeah. Those were brought up in the pretrial hearing.
10-minute break. Okay.
Doing all right.
Jurors are like, we just got here and we want to know about those text messages, ma'am. I'm assuming that she's sending them out so that they can argue about the text messages outside the presence of the jury.
So do you have that copy for me?
I do.
All right.
I guess she's gonna go look at them. Lord of mercy. Seriously? Seriously? I hate it here. All these breaks. Don't get it. Don't get it. Oops. All right. Well, I don't know why this isn't all done. And especially because this is like, these are things that we've had. Like, this is part of the Fed's investigation and records and stuff. So these are things that we've had. So I don't know why. I don't know why we're going through all this, but it's interesting though, because he brings up the talking about John O'Keefe and saying he took custody of his sister's kids and his age and stuff like that. So he's talking about. Am I sounding muffled again? Did it swap again? Still shows I'm normal. I don't know. Mute that. So he's talking about all that. I wonder though if he's going to bring up the. I feel like he should. I mean, obviously, don't you think? Because the jury's already heard it. He knows that Jackson's going to bring it up. Like, he knows that. His best bet would be to ask on direct so that he can get ahead of what's coming. But, there's been a few things where I thought he should totally get ahead of it and he hasn't. So I don't know why. There's a lot of things that he's done that I don't quite understand. You're covering the text messages between Trooper Proctor and others, and we are on another break. Another break. Yet again. This case is a mess, and it just gets messier every day. Yeah, this is like soup sandwich type of mess. How does he get ahead of incriminating himself to a crime, going through her phone, privileged communication without a warrant? But that's the thing, is like there's not going to be something that, you know, that he's going to be able to say that's going to make the jury think like, oh, it's totally cool that he's, you know, telling his buddies he's looking for nudes on her phone, you know, whatever. But if he at least gives the chance to, if he brings it up ahead of time, it's like that, you know, lawyers are good lawyers. That's the key. Good lawyers are real big on acknowledging the things that hurt them the most. And, you know, because these are not things you can sweep under the rug, because the other attorney, you know, opposing counsel will bring it up. So the good attorneys are the ones who acknowledge it. It's like that, you know, they say like the Eminem thing, like where, like when Eminem gets up there and he's like, yeah, you know, like you did sleep with my girl, and I do live in a trailer with my mom, and, you know, all like all this stuff. And then he's like, you know, go ahead and tell them something they don't know about me. That's like the equivalent of, you know, let me just put it all out there, and then you don't have anything to work with. So the good lawyers do that. They're like, yeah, okay, here's the bad stuff, but like, let's acknowledge this, but then say why it doesn't matter, or why it, you know, why it doesn't affect the case or the evidence or the whatever they have to work with. But Lowry's not big on that, is he? He's not a big, like, get ahead of this type of fella. He's more of like, let's just not bring it up and hope for the best. And then after they get a talking to during cross-examination, then on redirect, he's like, you know, he'll briefly acknowledge things. It's yeah, I definitely think that this is going through her phone. It's really messed up. It's really messed up. And this isn't one of those things, like, if he could have said, like, okay, saying that the Sallyport video is inverted, acknowledging that ahead of time is a different kind of getting ahead of it than acknowledging the phone stuff. Not acknowledging the phone stuff is basically just the very first intense questioning that's going to be brought is going to be from, if he doesn't address it somehow, is going to be brought from the defense attorney, who's going to be really hard on him about it for good reason. It's really messed up. It's really messed up. And so if the first questioning that they hear about it is from Jackson, like, that's going to be, he ain't going to go easy on him for sure. But it's like, if you have, like, I remember, like, when I used to get in trouble when I was growing up, like, if, you know, if I did something, you know, like let back talking, or, you know, being out in the pasture when I'm not supposed to, or, like, you know, like doing whatever. Let's be honest, it was mostly back talking. If I didn't like it, you know, I would get in trouble with my mama, and my mom would be like, you know, just wait till I tell your dad. If I could get to my dad first and be like, Daddy, I did this, and, you know,
and I only did it because of this and this and this, and like give my side of it first, even when I'd done wrong. If I could give my side of it first, it was always better than if my mama was like, guess what your daughter did. So it's kind of like, I think of it as like the equivalent of that, like being able to get to my daddy before my mama did and tell my side of the story, so it doesn't sound quite as bad. Because if mama gets to him first and tells it, oof, it's gonna sound a lot worse. Action Jackson will be on it, doggone it. He's a really good attorney. He's a really good attorney. I would not want to sit through one of his cross-examinations at all. Shaylee says Lally trying to bore the jury with useless text and then weaving in salacious text, hoping they're asleep. Yeah. That, you know what, Jaylee, that's kind of a good point. It's like maybe that's his we've been sitting here trying to figure out what the heck his strategy is. Maybe that's what it is. Like, just let me put them all to sleep and then just throw in a few bad details that work against my case. Maybe. Lally has completely destroyed any credibility that he had with the jury last week. I think so too, because I wholeheartedly believe if I was on that jury and they showed me that video and did not specify that it's inverted, my automatic thought would be, you're trying to trick me. And it's ironic that one of the people who is very, very like anti-Karen, doesn't matter about anything that comes out, doesn't matter about the trial, not talking about the evidence, just talking about conviction. He was like, the defense is up to their tricks again. But now that it's not the defense, it's the Commonwealth, it's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. I live right next to NRA headquarters, and they have a nice cafe and museum. My name has been a member since as long as I can remember. Wonder what the jury's thinking. I would love to know. I would love to know what the jury's thinking at all times. And you know, you have some that will give, like, people can give their who you fussing at? She mad at somebody in the hall. Hey, come here. Are you so very angry? Come here. Is somebody in your hallway? You don't belong out there. Tell them. Tell them. Yeah. You get them? Tell them that's your hallway. Such a good guard dog. Who, if anyone, are you mad at, Lucy? Someone in the hallway. Oh, you hear that? You're a good girl. I think, so, you know, some people will, you can give reactions and
interpretations of what you may think it means, or they're being really attentive during this part or not during this part. The one when I went to the Charlie Adelson trial and I was giving out all the updates on the juror, especially that one juror, and I was like, he's shaking his head, he's leaning forward, he was so obvious about his thoughts, and it turns out I was right, because he tried to cause that big situation after the trial, but he was very overly animated, so it made it easier to be able to tell what he was thinking. But for the most part, you can tell when they're more attentive, or you can say when they're taking notes, or you can say, things like that. But you really don't know what they're thinking. But people reporting on this trial, some of them have given very specific, mind reading type information on, what they think the jury is thinking. Very specifics. They came back from lunch and then started going through his text and then sent them out. Okay, just ordered me a blood spatter t-shirt. So fun. Yeah, one of the shirts that we have it says something like, if you know that it's spatter and not splatter, we can be friends, or something like that. I can't remember. I designed the dang thing and I can't remember what it said, but I need to get one for Prime Comic, sure. Oh, and
You are
Get the witness
unmuted.
back, please.
people keep adding me to add the Lucy logo shirt on the site to be ordered, and I will get it added this week. I promise. Let me make a note of that.
Yes, sir.
I'll get it added this week because I know everybody likes the Lucy shirt.
Procedure on?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
mhm.
what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534.
That's why they need to be able to have speaking
And
objection.
from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I didn't want to speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's
I
speaking.
understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Oh,
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jackson's getting mad. Did you hear him? He said there's got to be some kind of accuracy. That would be a big part to leave off. Did you hear? This just sounds shady as hell. I'm getting annoyed.
Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends, at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please, Trooper Proctor. Jurors can't hear you.
They can't.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep, so these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Own them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Yeah, no shit. Sorry.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to, sir?
Again,
Oh my God.
to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, and that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
What a douche.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similar to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "Oh, just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, you. It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie. My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, you still working, question mark. I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, the Canton thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, and at the very least, it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
I can direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark. I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you had received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
So how would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one, and the same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife, waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is that?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
They can't hear you. And they need to hear this. Oh, boy. Boy, oh boy.
Maybe approach on this one.
Okay.
First of all, I don't know what a Fall River accent is, but I sure do hope some of them jurors have one. Second of all, the comments about her medical condition were disgusting, and I just hope that he stubs his toe every day for the rest of his life. And these are the types of comments, like this conversation where he's like, oh yeah, I would never discuss the details of a case. And then he discusses the details of a case and tells her, you know, don't say a word to anybody. It's so messed up. And it makes the whole thing is it's such a
Unmuted
thing to say. Could you imagine, like, I'm
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. And to hear other people defending him is just
Counsel.
okay. I don't know if we're going to get to. I mean, they've got an hour left.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame in the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
This is, 16, 18 hours later, and we conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Bukhenik and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who were the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we go off together, hang outside of work, our kids play together, so I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632.
The apron was clear, Sylvia. You're right.
And these are text messages starting on April 28, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
What?
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Bukhenik and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose, always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper O'Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Bukhenik not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Now, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
That doesn't sound like busting chops. If I'm already questioning, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is getting worse by the minute. This is getting worse by the minute.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking, do you recognize that?
Oh my
Yes.
Do you recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
It looks
And as far
so
as your
bad.
indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't. I don't. It looks so bad. Rookie move not going in there to get the medical examiner to say that it's homicide. And he's like, we gave her all the information and she came up to undetermined, and you should have made her say it was homicide. Like, that sounds so bad. This has been, this is, oh my gosh. And this is the direct. Normally all the bad stuff doesn't. Oh boy. Jackson is going to. This may be one of his favorite cross examinations he's ever done in his career.
It just sounds so. Everything about it sounds so slimy. Oh yeah, they have all day tomorrow to.
I'll take just a second to fill council.
We'll have tomorrow off.
Got a plenary approach briefly on this packet.
Rookie move, not going in with the medical examiner to get the homicide ruling. Think about how that sounds. How does that sound? If I'm already hearing all these sketchy things that they've done, and then I hear that to me is not sounding like busting chops. That to me is sounding like rookie move. You should have gone in with the medical examiner to get her to say exactly what we wanted. That's if you, and there will be people that are like, oh, that's no big deal. And I'm telling you, those people are not looking at this objectively. Those people are not concerned about justice. Those people are concerned about a conviction. And those are two very different things. Justice is about the process. It's not just about the outcome. It's about the process. And this is not what justice should look like. And this is not how things are supposed to go. The thing is, if she hit him and she's responsible for this, the police involved in this have destroyed their own case. Because you can't trust any of it. And between that and the witnesses' weirdness and all the conflicting statements and no, this report's wrong and this report's wrong and this report's wrong. And these three different stories from this one person were, all conflicting, but that's because this was wrong and this was right. Like everything. It's so infuriating because if things had been done properly,
you are unmuted.
It wouldn't leave all this room for nonsense.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
They're handing you another set of documents. View those, look up when you're finished.
I didn't know about that
sir?
text, no.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kukowski.
And Trooper Kaskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kakowski, and Trooper DeChico,
494.
fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at age 7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kakowski responds, that's her. Smoke. Trooper Kakowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm so mad. Arlene, thank you for the super chat. I am so mad.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can we give another set of documents to recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kakowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682.
I'm so mad. Thank you for super stickers. Thank you.
You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes.
You see there's like sort of 3 responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the 3 responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, you're talking about his client's phone. Who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Miss Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Miss Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. What a piece of shit. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. The comments about her medical condition is BS. The words he used are offensive and gross, especially the derogatory term he used to describe her. And everybody has different levels of what's offensive to them. The CUNT word is not as offensive to me as calling her, saying, he sped through it quickly. I think he didn't want the jury to take much notice of it, but saying that he's going through talking about Unetti and he's going through his retarded client's phone, that to me is more offensive than calling her a CUNT. The comments about her medical condition are I'm so grossed out by him. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. And there will be people that are defending him. I've already seen people defending him. think about being think about being the victim's family up here, and these are the people that you should be relying on. Like, these are the people that they should be able to think about. Detective Dino Kelly, our very own Detective Dino Kelly, and think about how much Colleen, Sharon's daughter, was able to rely on him and his integrity and how he handled things. And they don't have that. Courtney, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I've already seen people defending them, saying that, well, you know, he was looking through her phone and she's, you know, so awful that of course they were mad and said of course he was mad and said things like that. People have already defended it. I can't even, like, I'm this is why there's an internal investigation against him. You know what's funny too is all of the people who are like, oh, they're only doing an internal investigation against him because he called her.
You are unmuted.
All right, so just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4. We're trying to figure out the schedule. There's time I'm going to meet with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work all that out, but as it looks right now, I thought it was going to interfere with another day this week. As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday. But it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days, and we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico, is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Bukhenik, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kakowski.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the consonants are silent. Fair enough. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Bukhenik are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
How did you refer to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I used regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph
That is so offensive.
of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm so mad. That is so.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
I thought I gave him back to you.
sorry for your loss, Sinbad.
You'd received a photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could, I would ask that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming that the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, sir.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Stilali.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally.
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco, and Yuri Bukhenik?
Yes.
I've asked that this be marked.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you upside down. May I have that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
You.
I'm so mad. Gypsy's mom gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. At least I'll say this. First time I've seen Lally try to acknowledge some of the bad stuff before Jackson does. That's about the only positive thing that I can say. Princess Buttercup gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. How many more witnesses? We have now called 57 witnesses to the stand so far. Like my stomach is in knots right now because I'm so mad. Did they prove it was snowing yet? I think that's about the only thing so far. Yeah, if you're going to say it with your whole chest. If you can't say it with your whole chest at the time or in court, then you have no business saying it at all. That's the thing. Like I've told y'all, I've only cussed out one person on Twitter, and I stand by every word of what I said. Every word. If you're going to say something offensive, you need to stand by it. And I stand by every word I said to her. So mad. Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be working on I'm going to be on Surviving the Survivor tomorrow night, but tomorrow during the day, I'm going to be working on the podcast episode all day. but I'm gonna have to take time to. I want to watch everybody's reactions to today, to the text messages specifically. I'm gonna have to stream hop and tomorrow and look at some of. I'm so curious to see if everybody is as pissed off about.
You are unmuted.
5, 6, 7. Okay. And then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
Thanks.
We have full days every other day, but no court tomorrow. I'm just.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the television. May I display this hard copy briefly?
Sure.
Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph from Mr. Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir, yes.
Who's the retarded client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it,
That's
right?
a better way to put it.
Objection.
It's true.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
I like how she said, "I've got to sustain that."
After
You
you
agree?
referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to someone who's just doing a job, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Thank you, Holly Mack.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if he was absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about him now? He's sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
Oh,
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Yes or no?
It did not, no.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That he didn't find nude.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be objectively investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying her in those moments, correct?
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out, but from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your, Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question. Did you find any nudes of
Again,
Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photos, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
If I was his wife, I'd be so
To be clear, when you sent those text messages
mad listening to this.
on that group chat, those text messages included, as we said, or as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Objection.
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
We do not.
Okay, so.
I'll ask it a different way.
Okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Bukhenik dress you down in a responsive text message in that text thread for doing something so abhorrent as looking for nudes or referring to nudes of a female suspect or subject of your investigation? Did that ever happen?
Not that I can recall.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Bukhenik, actually responded to the photo of Mr. Unetti, didn't he?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
2685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Bukhenik liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
What do you see on the top of that page?
That Sergeant Bukhenik liked it.
Like what?
Going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take my copy.
There you go.
So your supervisors at Massachusetts State Police not only didn't ride you for making comments like this, encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? You're a Bukhenik?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that your conduct was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's a good question.
No, I had a warrant signed by a district clerk, Stoughton district clerk, to go through Miss Reed's phone. I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
Did the warrant say anything about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
No,
say anything about that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
So that would be an abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bev said, did it.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught, is that the investigation and the investigator have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes.
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
Correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Basically, you follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally, it's part of an oath that you took at the academy that you will, quote, faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
When you start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase, everybody's a suspect until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find evidence to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
This is
Okay.
as good a place as any. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right, so folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. We'll see you Wednesday morning. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right now, it's anticipated will be full days of testimony with short one. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Jury up.
Take a seat.
All right, so one last time at sidebar for scheduling, okay?
Well, that look when she's watching him as he's walking out. What do you think that the jury is thinking going home right now? Like, because they're going to be sitting with this for the rest of the day today, all day tomorrow. Sinbad said the same as our jury. I hear you. Oops. Beth Henderson gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. D-Lo was gifted a membership by Beth Henderson. Thank you. Yanetti's sitting there like looking at him like while he's talking about, I hate this man. Goodness gracious. I'm so mad. Sinbad 333 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Reefer Madman said, well, that was a pleasant Monday. Marie Moss with our official stats. Witnesses 3, sidebars 15, 60 objections, 66 what if any, 14 allows, and 5 keep your voice ups. Holly Mack. Holly Mack said, where'd it go? Hold on. Holly Mack said, I'm so disgusted right now. I have a bowel condition similar to Karen's, and this has me in tears of anger. I will tell you, I had tears of anger in my eyes too. You know, I've mentioned before, obviously I've had somewhere around 30 surgeries. I lost count. I don't know exactly how many, somewhere around 30, but I had some major reconstruction surgery done because the tumor, I lost my bladder, and I lost part of my ureter tubes, and I lost part of my colon, and I lost part of a whole bunch of things because my cancer was so far progressed. So they had to basically like go inside and rearrange me like a science project. And because of that, I have like, I had like tubes and bags and all these things. And I have all this stuff. And I will tell you that it's been a tough road, and it still is a tough road. And my ex, it wasn't my ex yet at the time, made comments about me and called me deformed. And I have heard that word in my head every day since then.
All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
I have heard that word. I've heard him call me deformed because of my tubes and all my scars and just what a mess I am. I have heard that in my head every single day since that day. And for something that I can't help. I can't help that they had to rearrange me. I can't help that I lost a bunch of parts of myself and they had to try to rebuild me. I can't help that. But being made fun of over it was so painful, and it has been something that has stuck with me, something that I have heard every day since then. So when I hear somebody making fun of somebody for like a medical thing, Holly Mack said, you were so angry, you got tears in your eyes. I did the same thing. I am sitting there listening to this, and I literally have like, I got really quiet because I literally have like tears in my eyes because I am so angry, and just how you can, it's such a BS thing. Like, hate her if you want to. Like, you know, somebody's medical stuff should just be off limits. And to have to hear that on, and then hear it multiple times, the world hearing it, the world, like, you know, that it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And there are still people that will defend him when it's not anything that should be able to be, like, you can't defend that. It's gross. It's gross. What a piece of crap. Beautiful Messy Ball, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so, this, though, is why they have been doing such, attempting unsuccessfully, in my opinion, to do all this damage control with Proctor being such a douchewad, like trying to distance. They're like, oh, we don't have a lead investigator. No, he's just a case manager. Oh, everything's a joint effort. I'm not the sole decision maker. Everything's like, it's all one big cuddle puddle. We all do this together. Like, all of the things, like entering all of the evidence in through everybody else they could possibly enter it in. They wanted to limit Proctor. This is my speculation. I feel like they wanted to limit Proctor as much as they possibly could and distance him from the investigation as much as they possibly could and make it out to be like, oh, you know, no, he's not in charge. He's just in charge of the, you know, documents sometimes and you know, looking for nudes and whatnot. And that's all he does. No big deal. Just joint effort. We're all in this together. No, honey. He's a lead investigator. You can call it case manager if you want to. He's the dang lead investigator. We all know it. We're not stupid. And trying to distance him from all that has,
in my opinion, not done much good. But I don't know what the jury's thinking. Linda, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mary said, I can't believe he's not fired already. Me neither. Me neither. Split Shot said, awesome mods. They let real opinions be spoken. As long as opinions are respectful. I don't care which side you're on. I don't care, you know, as long as it's respectful. I mean, except for to Proctor, you don't have to be too respectful to him because Lord knows he ain't respectful to anybody else. But still, no, even with that, no personal attacks. I still don't, we won't stoop to his level. Still no personal attacks. Although I did call him a douche twice, I think, but you know. Allie B from Tennessee, thank you for the super chat. I've been hopping around 3 channels today, so have been quiet but big hugs. I'm disgusted. My heart hurts for Karen. I was in tears listening. Alan Jackson is amazing, and so are you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think there were probably a few of us that had like tears in our eyes over that. Like some of it angry tears, some of it, you know, like emotional tears. But it's such BS. It's such BS. Mandy said, I called him a loser and a moron, and I'm not sorry. We'll let it slide this time because of what he said. Aaron Morgan, the use of the R word, I'm autistic and it is infuriating. Yeah, that to me, that's what I was saying. Like that, saying that is more offensive to me than calling her a CUNT. To me, that is way more offensive. I don't like it. It's not, I don't like it. I don't like it. I would rather have 20 texts of her calling or of him calling her a CUNT than to have one of him saying that. That's so outrageously offensive to me. It is, I am disgusted. I don't like it. Ricky Watson gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Ricky Watson. Thank you. Thank you. I have not checked my P.O. box, but I will check it today. I'm going to music bingo with my mama tonight. So I will check it on the way. Oh, gosh, I'm so mad. So mad. It's such a, it's so bad. That those texts are worse than I thought they were going to be. They're actually a lot worse than I thought they were going to be. Thank you so much for super chat. Go relax and chill. Wednesday's cross is going to be crazy. Wednesday's cross is going to be crazy. It is. Oh gosh. He's not going to let him off easy. He's going to get into all the things. And he needs to. This is part of it. Ashley, member for 9 whole months. I'm absolutely disgusted by Proctor's text. Me too, Ashley. Me too. Same girl, same. I am disgusted. It is actually worse than I thought. I thought, honestly, because there are things that the defense like kind of showboats on, you know, that they will make big deals out of things that aren't necessarily big deals. And so I thought that it might be one of those situations, but I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. I thought it was not going to be that bad. I thought it was going to be something that they were playing up in a pretrial hearing to make it sound worse than it is, but I was wrong. It's actually worse than and the medical examiner comment, that was awful. He's going to get to that too, I'm sure. He's going to get to that too. That one was bad. I didn't think it would be that bad. And I know I'm going to catch hell for saying that the defense attorneys, you know, will showboat and what? Oh, I've still got my beach chair over here.
You see my little beach chair from I went out to the beach yesterday. I just realized that. I know that I will catch some hell for saying that. I think that the defense attorney showboat some and that they, make big deals out of nothing, but they do. That's my opinion. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. That's mine. She's got her opinion. You hear her. There are things that I feel like they've made big deals out of that just to me weren't. So I thought that this might be one of those things, but no, it is worse than I expected it to be. So, Chrissy Bacon, mod extraordinaire. Apparently 3 jurors shook their heads in disgust during the text. I'm not surprised. I would be. And y'all know I can't fix my face. If I was on that jury, I'd be like, I'd be like throwing spitballs at, spitballs at him or something. Oh, goodness gracious. Sylvia, good point. That's probably the shortest direct of a witness that's name was everywhere in this case. Who, if anyone, will be bringing in voicemails? I don't know. I guess whoever extracted them from the phone, maybe. Twitter's blowing up. I bet it is. I hadn't even looked. I bet it is. Lord have mercy. I won't do. Let's do a poll. Where do you think Proctor is sleeping tonight? In his bed, on the couch, hotel / Airbnb. Thank you, Split Shot. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's the reason that I felt so much animosity toward him when he's saying that. It's just such a crap thing to. It's just so messed up. It's so messed up. There any ME that's going to testify? Yes, the ME will testify. There's actually going to be one who testifies for the Commonwealth, and they're going to have a different one for the defense. That will have 2 different things. The thing is, the defense or the medical examiner for both sides are not arguing that the death was caused by head trauma and hypothermia. That part they agree on. What they don't agree on is what caused the head trauma and how all of that, how he ended up there. So, and the marks on the arms and all of that stuff. They have different ideas about that. So they agree on the hypothermia and the head trauma being the cause of death, but how he got to that point, they will give 2 very different explanations. You should have added doghouse or pig pen. I should have. Like, I get it that there's anybody is going to have texts that if they were read out loud would be embarrassing. And everybody will have texts where they're like venting and you say things, you know, that you don't mean, or you say things out of anger and frustration or hurt or whatever. That will, everybody has that. But the ones that we're hearing from him, I mean, think about this. This is not like, and some of these are not like his closest, you know, friends that he's saying something about looking for nudes. This is his freaking boss. These are his supervisors that he's talking about looking for nudes. Haven't found any nudes yet. And even then, the, you know, the jokes about her medical stuff, like that, calling her the CUNT would have been something I'd have been like, and I mean, it is, it's something I'm like, okay, you know, whatever. We've all been angry. We've all said things. That to me, and I know, and look, I get it. Everybody has different levels of what they think is whatever. To me, that one is something that I could see, while this is the lead investigator and he's not, you know, it's a different thing than just venting to your, you know, to your closest girlfriend about something or whatever. I do realize it's different. However, something like that, I can move past easier than the other things. That to me is just a whole different ballgame. And, you know, it goes beyond just frustration and venting and saying things out of emotion or anger or whatever. That's just BS. So I don't know. It's just me said, my pet pigs are offended by everyone calling Proctor a pig. I don't like it. Yeah, he showed his true colors. Amy Lee, thank you for the super chat. Why didn't Lallygaggle ask any questions about John O'Keefe, the murder, the reason Karen was only suspect on the scene? He's just Christ. He didn't ask about any of that. I think he wanted Proctor in and out as much as possible. He wanted to acknowledge the things that he knew that he was going to have to acknowledge and to get him out as quick and easy as possible. I think that's an easy as, I mean, obviously it's not easy to what we just saw, but I think that he was trying to minimize everything he could on there, but that ain't going to work. How many times, I would love to know how many times the name Proctor has been said in this trial so far. You know, this ain't going to be like a, you know, in and out like Barros was earlier today, like in and out, drop your bombs and go. No, sir. No, sir. We done heard your name about 11 times. You're going to get up here and talk about this case. And Lally trying to prevent that ain't going to do much, because the way that cross-examinations are done in Massachusetts are different than the way that they're done in a lot of the cases that we've watched, because the scope of what he can ask, of what Jackson can ask on cross, is not limited in Massachusetts to only what was asked during the direct. So, he gonna be here a minute. And even if he wasn't, the things that were touched on, you know, are gonna be, I mean, this is, I know I said it earlier, this is probably going to be one of the best cross-examinations that, or maybe best is not legit, like one of the cross-examinations that Jackson has probably like looked forward to more than anything else. He's going to be there all day Wednesday. Yeah, I expect it to be a pretty long cross, which, you know, it may not be, but those points, like even with the text that he sent, think about how Jackson made sure to reiterate that he wants the jury to, like, as I mean, not that you can really forget that because it's like it's a shocking thing to hear, but Jackson wants to make sure that he is reiterating that for the jury to hear over and over so that it is burned into their brains, so that while they are on their Tuesday off, you know, Taco Tuesday, whatever, they're sitting around thinking about those scandalous texts. It's going to be the same thing on Wednesday. The things that he really wants to hammer home, he will bring up multiple times. Lally has a very different, I don't know if you can call it strategy or just what he does, but when Lally needs to address something, he'll get up there and he'll say it once. There's no changing of his tone or his voice, you know, inflection. There's no emphasis on certain things. And so many of the points that Lally makes that should be impactful for the Commonwealth are lost because he doesn't have that ability to let a jury know when something is a big deal. He's so monotone and moves through things so, like, you know, and it's like, okay, the things that Jackson hits on multiple times are the things that he wants the jury to remember. The things that, like that text, for example, the things that Lally hits on multiple times is the freaking snow and the front door. And whether it was the front door or the front side door, and the snow, and the freaking apron being clear. Those are the things that we remember from the Commonwealth. Those are the things we remember from Lally. But think about the things that the jury remembers from defense. It's a very different, there's so much freaking snow. What, if anything, was falling from the freaking sky? It was snow, Lally. I tell you what, it's a good dang thing I live in Florida, because I think snow would be a trigger for me at this point in my life. I don't know that I would ever be able to see snow without feeling just rage come across me and wondering if everybody's got their apron clear. I think that it's probably a good thing. I think I should probably stay in Florida for the rest of my life for that sole reason. I think that snow for the rest of my life will always be a trigger for me. Like, snow. It's snowing. Somebody clear the apron. But at least we know it was snowing. But that's two very different styles. The way that Lally addresses things and the way that Jackson addresses things and the way that Lally makes whatever he does. And then the way Jackson and Yannetti make sure that you are, that they're making their point, that you're hearing what they're saying, is two different, very different styles. And it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see. It's just interesting. So. Kelly said, I don't have good memories of Ohio, and snow is one of them. I don't miss the snow. And I was shocked that people leave the house when it's snowing. I'm like, which, and again, being from Georgia, we didn't have like salt trucks and, you know, plows. And I mean, we had plows, but it was like farm plows, not snow plows. So it's two very different things. And I was shocked that people left the house when it's snowing. I'm like in Georgia, when you hear it's snowing, you go down to the Piggly Wiggly and you get your milk and bread and you go home and you don't leave until the threat is over.
Not in Ohio. The only thing I miss about Ohio are a few people that I love. That's it. Not a cold weather gal. Not a cold weather gal. All right. I like sand. I like sand. I love sand. Except for that it gets all in my condo, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Oh, I'm a Publix guy myself. I love me a good pub sub. Love me some Publix. Buy one, get one. All right. I am going to call it a day. Tomorrow, don't forget, there's no court, but I will be on the panel tomorrow for Surviving the Survivor at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then we will be back on Wednesday with the continuation of Proctor's cross-examination. I can't wait to see Lawyer You Know. What time is he going on? I like seeing his recaps. I like seeing the recaps from some of these attorneys who I respect because they, oh, he hasn't said it yet, has he? When they react the same way that I've reacted to these things, I'm like, see, I'm not so crazy. Joyful member for 1 whole month. Happy 1 month anniversary. Happy 1 month anniversary. Happy 1 month anniversary. Yeah, I don't think it's set yet. X is not happy. I bet it's not. I bet X is going crazy right now. And people will still somehow defend this. Somehow. I don't know. People. People are crazy. All right, y'all. Happy Monday. I will see y'all tomorrow night, Surviving the Survivor at 7 Eastern. If I don't see you there, you're a loser. I'm getting so good at the accent. I really am. It's like, wait, is she from Georgia? Is she from Boston? We just don't know. Now I got a whole nother one I got to start working on. I got to start working on my Fall River accent because I didn't know that was a thing. So I got to start working on that. If I don't see you tomorrow on Surviving the Survivor, then I will see you on Wednesday. We got another full day. We got full days Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So if you have not listened to the newest episode, I put out a new podcast episode on Friday afternoon. So I'm going to be putting out 2 episodes this week because we got to get caught up. And there was a lot, and I ended up doing 1 whole episode just for Higgins because there was so much with him. So there'll be 2 episodes coming out this week. So make sure you check that out. And if you haven't already, then you can give me a review, or if you like it, share it with your friends, share it with your family. She's all of a sudden going crazy over here. She knows I'm getting off. And you can leave review, 5-star ratings, whatever you want to do. Or you can be like some of the trolls are like, she's the most biased person I've ever seen in my life. She's a terrible human being. Don't ever listen to her podcast. Love that for me. All right, y'all. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you either tomorrow or Wednesday.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel. And
Goodbye. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?